Basically shapes the communication sector as DOT does in India. All the countries, their contributions are brought together, the newer ideas are appreciated, and the world is basically brought into a single platform where every country, every institution, every organization can contribute seamlessly. The most important use to thrust over here is the interoperability, and the seamless operation that ITU guarantees over the entire world. On an average, this WTSA, what we call the World Telecom Standardization Assembly, it is done once in 4 years. This time it is being done in India, and it's very special because for the first time in the history of the 150 years of the ITU, this particular standardization assembly is being done in India. And, and DOT is definitely very proud to host this particular event where the best of the brains, the best of the leaders in the telecom sector worldwide, they'll be participating and they will be contributing to this sector. Very important for India as a whole, when India is aspiring to become the Vishwa Guru. So if it can contribute in shaping the telecom policies all over the world, definitely a big part of the contribution lies ahead for India in the telecom sector worldwide. Another very significant event that DOT is organizing along with the COAI is basically the Cellular Operators Association of India, is that IMC 2024, India Mobile Congress. Every year it is done, last year also it was done, and this time the special thrust is basically bringing together all the stakeholders, the industry, the associations, the academia, the government, the startups, the small and the medium enterprises, as well as the different other market sectors. And we really are waiting to see the best of the innovation as well as the trends in the industry worldwide over there. More of the details I'll talk subsequently, but the very important issue is that over the period of a fortnight, a lot of different other programs and the sessions that we'll be doing over the program, where your participation basically is very, very much required. We understand that there is a word called catch them young. The youth forces we really require to participate right at this age, so that you can work in the particular sector for a long period of 30, 40 years and contribute to the India's aspirations to do the best in the global platform in the telecom sector. One of the special sessions is ITU Network for Women. That will be done, and you might be knowing that one of the mandate of the United Nations and ITU is that almost 1/3 of the participants everywhere, either in the office or in the telecom making policy or in the industry, should be from the women forces. So this particular session will be discussing a lot about that, how the leadership in the telecom sector, telecom technology, telecom policy can be generated among the women participation in our country and abroad. Another important session is AI, the artificial intelligence for good impact on India. This will be basically showcasing the different innovations that India has done in the sector of the artificial intelligence, and as well whatever is happening worldwide. You are aware about that the industrial revolution, when the first revolution came, it was driven basically by steam, the steam power, the human labor, human physical power. It was replaced by the steam power, and there was a great revolution in the industrial sector. Subsequently, of course, it was electricity, which replaced steam power, and the second revolution, IR2, it came to the world. The third revolution in the industrial sector came with IR3, where the main catalyst was basically the ICT, the IT sector and the information tools, technology tools. Today we are on to Industrial Revolution 4, and the main catalyst for this IR4 is the artificial intelligence and the 5G. That's exactly why we are trusting on this particular session, that the artificial intelligence and the good impact it can have on India. Another important session will be on the WTSA Expo, where the exhibitions will be done and the technologies that have been built on the different standardization practices developed by ITU will be showcased. And both from India as well as from abroad, this type of innovative practices will be showcased to you just as an inspiration to further replicate and do it in our country. Another important program is the ITU Kaleidoscope 2024. This will be done over 3 days from 21st October to 23rd of October. This is basically oriented about the different research activities done in the telecom sector by the different stakeholders, either academia, university, industry, or public in general. This time we approached the entire world, but we got response. 143 papers has come from the different leaders, academia and institution of research, who basically submitted their research papers, out of which some 72 papers have been selected. 28 papers will be basically the writer himself will come and he will be talking to you what the research they have done. The rest of the things will be showcased as in the display board where you can see the different thing. And there is a prize as well, almost 2 lakhs rupees for the selected papers. This is very important because we understand that in the international journals, many of the international standards activities where our country now, this is our time actually to take the lead over there. The youth, the researchers, the scholars, everybody really, they require a larger participation in that kaleidoscope event so that the research bent of the mind can be generated over there. We do have a program on ITU, FAO, EU and CCD. ITU, you know, and FAO is the Food and Agriculture Organization at Rome, and EU and CCD, United Nations Convention on the what do you call? Yeah, sorry, I think I forgot this word. It's for the conservation to combat the desertification, basically the climate change, as well as the related aspects, and the technological role in that will be discussed over there. We have a program on ITU, WHO Safe Listening Program. The gaming standards and the esports and related things will be discussed, and whether the present guidelines are sufficient to deal with the societies or the countries, and the newer methods will be evolved over that. ITU, UN Disaster Risk Reduction Conference, UNDRR. All of us, we know about the disaster management. So at the international level, the best practices as well as what more can be done and where the standards are sufficient to meet that, that would be discussed. We have a program as well on Innovation Engine, which will be held on 23rd of October in the same venue. Another program is on youth and standardization. Here the main thing is that catching them young. I mean, just by the time you are in the college or in the universities, that is the best time to participate in the process and contribute for a larger duration of time and to contribute the best as per the world standard. And finally, of course, we have a plan on this hackathon. All are the precursors to the WTSA 2024 and IMC 2024. The hackathon, of course, after the outreach program in the first half, in the second half, this will be starting, and it is being simultaneously done over here, Delhi, and as well as in Hyderabad. So all those things I basically told and wanted to explain more in detail, but maybe owing to the time constraint may not do. But the basic purpose is that I'm basically inviting all of you to participate in all the processes that I have discussed. The WTSA, the IMC 2024, as well as by the sides of these programs, different activities, different programs, and the sessions that are being held in Delhi over that period from 14th to 24th of October. Your participation will be very valuable and it will be in the national interest. That's exactly my basic purpose. More than welcoming you, my invitation to you to join these particular events are more important. I talked about this, but why suddenly all those things are happening in the country? I think there may be you might not have seen us coming to you, approaching you literally from the department or from the government side, that you participate in the process. Not many times we come forward. But this time, actually, it is very, very special. At the beginning, let me say one thing. Over the last 20 to 30 years, one of the finest lessons that the governments have learned worldwide is that government cannot do many things alone. It requires due participation of the other stakeholders in the process. And that's how the works has become now more and more collaborative. Now the government does not jump alone. We first of all identify who are the entire stakeholder in the process, involve everybody together, and do it in a collaborative form so that the best of the things come out of that. And these are more required day by day when India is trying to become the global superpower in another 10 to 15 years to come. The second important thing that has happened in the telecom sector, just look into the evolution of the telecom sector. Up to 2000, we were basically the major importer of the technologies. We did not have any national contribution in the manufacturing side. Most of the telephone exchanges, mobile system, this thing, that, the entire technological thing, we used to purchase from abroad. There was a little contribution of CDOT, but that was very much limited to the small telephone exchanges of 50 lines, 100 lines, and 500 lines like that. But you know the telephone exchanges in most of the major cities, these are almost 1 lakh lines, 2 lakh lines, and we do not have any developed technologies by our own. Indigenous technology is not there. From 2000 to 2020, a lot of, up to 2000, it was a monopolistic government. Only the telecoms department used to provide, they were the basic provider of the services. From 2000 to 2020, government became an arranger of services. And up to a small part, the services they have been providing in the form of the two PSUs. Today, 90% of the sector is basically operated by the private hold. Approximately 10 or below 10% stake the government is having. Either you talk in terms of the revenue base or you talk in terms of the consumer base. But still, till 2020, there is no change. The technology was still being imported. You won't find mobile technology developed by India. No indigenous technology, no contribution from the side of our country. Most of the things we still are purchasing. But see, what happened from 2020 to 2024 onwards? Whatever happened in the last 4-5 years has given us an aspiration to know we can now come to the world, we can dominate the telecom technology not only as a user, we can be a manufacturer, we can be an exporter as a whole. What basically has happened? You know, the 5G technologies mostly which are being deployed all over the world. This technology also, up to a large extent, it is being imported from the other parts of the world. But in the standardization sector, we have done something and we projected one of the technology which is called 5GI. On an average, these are all 3GPP standards, the third generation partnership project. It's a worldwide combination of 7 countries and around 7 to 8 industries like Qualcomm and others. They developed the 3GPP. But that technology does not fit well into our structure. So what India did, we wanted some sort of modification. We wanted a country-specific designs. That's where objections were there from the world side, because it restricts their business. But what we wanted to do in the 5G technology that serves us the best, they want 500 kilometer per hour should be the user speed. If you can move with a mobile at 500 kilometer per hour, still you will continue to get the mobile service. See, even our trains are yet to run at 300 kilometer per hour. The modification we wanted, bring it down to 300 kilometer per hour. If we do it, along with whatever the infrastructure we have up to the level of the panchayats, 90% of the India can be covered without any other infrastructure being built. Call it a tower, call it a power plant, call it any accommodation like that. Only you require to set those particular requirements of the passive infrastructure. That was a long fight going on. Finally, India also started to develop its own stack for the 5G. And by today, we have 3 variants of the 5G stack. One developed by CDOT, one developed by IIT Madras, one developed by IIT Kanpur, and there might be many more which will be coming very shortly. Once something happened to us, we understood that our things are not going to happen, and we take it as a challenge, we can get it done. We did our own indigenous technology, is now in front of us. And we are starting with the PSUs at the field trial. The BSNL will be using mostly this indigenous techs. The performance is nothing less than this world standard, other imported technologies. That's exactly where we have broken a very big ice. And now we want to take it forward. If we can do the standardization assembly over here, when the entire ITU, the world leaders will be over here, India will be having a significant impact and contribution in the standards making in the international aspect. And once we have that type of capacity of influencing that international standards and all those things, you take like that, our standards are going to become tomorrow the world standards. And that's how possibly we need not have to purchase any technologies from outside. Maybe another 4-5 years down the lane, we will be manufacturing our own and we will be exporting it to the outside, because that international standard is going to be mostly influenced by the Indian understanding, Indian standards, and the Indian policies. That's how the WTSA is a pathbreaker, a pathfinder in a new direction. One more important thing, you might be aware that many times the Prime Minister has talked about this issue in the last IMC as well, India at the rate 2030. Even our Honorable Minister, Sri Jyotiradatta M. Scindia, he also talks about that. The message is that in 5G, we have taken time to learn, a lot of time we have taken to learn, and we did our own technology, but the time is gone. Most of the private operator has moved with the imported technologies. But this is the time to do a mastery over this particular thing. We must have the excellent expertise on the 5G. And that possibly is happening. And we might have done it because we have come up with our own technology. The next stage, by 2030, what should happen? We should be the lead developer of the 6G technology. And we should be the major exporter of that 6G technology all over the world. And the telecom import should be at the level of 0. That all now, at one time it was a dream, but within 4-5 years, things have changed, and now we understand these are achievable, and we are going to do that. That's exactly WTSA and the IMC. They will be showcasing our talent, our policy, our standard, and what we can basically contribute to the whole of the world. All these things together, it is really going to make a revolution. And that's exactly, repeatedly we invite, come be the part of that revolution. See it happening in front of your eyes. The third important point, see, I think, I'm sorry, possibly I'm not exceeding the time, might have exceeded, but give me 2 minutes more, I'll finish. The third important thing, see, we have been talking about a lot of periods that our economy is $3 trillion, 4 trillion, America is 30 trillion, China is 19 trillion, Japan is 6 trillion, India is at 4, we are becoming 6. Next year we'll overcome the Japan also. We are talking in the terms of the economy, but by the time you define a superpower, along with economic power, you discuss about the military power as well. And we perceived so far that possibly India is the upcoming superpower in another 10 years or so. But suddenly things are changing. Now people say, it is not that country which is the best economic power or the best military power. The next superpower of the world is going to that country which is best in digital empowerment, digital utilization, and empowering its citizen to prosper further. Suddenly the paradigm has changed, the rule of the game has changed. We are now not talking about the economy and the defense only. Now the digital thing has come into the thing. You require more and more innovation. That's exactly whatever events I have talked, the programs we have talked, everywhere you'll be finding the word innovation, research and development. That is the time India needs exactly now, without any further delay. All institutions need to be able to reoriented to focus on this particular thing. The young students, the researchers, the scholars, the bent of mind should be generated right from now, move towards the research and contribute towards India's rise as a global power. Very important now, and it must happen now. Finally, I'll talk of one last thing and finish over here. All of you know actually that India, of course, has got an aspirations to become the Vikshit Bharat by 2047, what we call Vikshit Bharat at the rate 2047. See, we may surpass Japan at a certain point of time, we may surpass China, even, I don't know, maybe even the USA. But it is more a perception, the game of the superpower. It is more a game of the perception. It is not exactly that if you purchase tomorrow, if you purchase 2000 fighter jet, F-35 or F-22, not that everybody will call us a superpower. And we may have the economic support even for that. It's more an understanding. It is a more a mental makeup. Many of you might have visited America and other developed countries. You might have seen how the citizens feel empowered. This mental makeup, that perceptional changes has to happen in India. These things take time, maybe over another period of 10 years or so. Along with the technological progress, digital empowerment, innovation, the research, when we really take over the world, along with that, that perceptional change has to happen with us. We must understand we are the new superpower. We are the citizens of that new superpower. Everything has to change more in the mental frame and more in the perceptional level worldwide. That's exactly it is with you, because we humans are the rational creations of the God. So you have to reason it out within yourself. You have to believe. The start of believing has to start right now. And this type of events, once you see by your own eyes the WTSA, IMC, many of the side programs, you will really understand that will help boosting the moral, perceptional, and the mental understanding that we really are on the doors to become a superpower. That's exactly, once again, my invitation lies to everybody. Be a part of that. Whatever is the way, not necessarily you have to travel. If you can physically do it, it's the best. If not, otherwise, get associated through the net. Or every event, whatever we are doing, these are being conducted in a hybrid mode. Be a part of that. Be an eyewitness when India is moving toward the biggest revolution in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chakraborty sir. That was some really interesting facts about the programs. I think this is the right time that you guys can explore with the programs and have a clarity on what you want to do next. Up next, we have Professor Bharadwaj sir. Can we have you on this? But before that, let me tell a few words about you. So, Professor Bharadwaj Amator received the BTech degree in Computer Science and Engineering from IIT Bombay in 1990 and the MS and the PhD degrees in Electrical Engineering from Stanford University, USA, 1994 and 1999 respectively. He was with Bell Labs, Greenfield Networks, Sanville, California, USA. He is currently a professor with the Department of Electrical and Communication Engineering, Indian Institute of Science, that is IISc, Bangalore, India, where he is involved with VLSI, that is very large scale integration circuits and the systems. Professor Bharadwaj Amator, ISc, is also chairman of Robert Bosch Center for Cyber Physical Systems, RBCCPS. He is also the research head of the director of Art Park, that is AI and Robotics Technology Park, promoted by the IISc foster innovations in AI and robotics by bringing together the best of the startup industry, research and government ecosystem. Can we have you on the dais?
Thank you so much. And good morning to all of you, and a very warm welcome. It's really a privilege to collaborate with Department of Telecom and NCA to host this particular event. I think the most exciting part of this event, of course, after the morning session, will be the hackathon, and we have 33 teams which have been shortlisted, and they'll be spending the next about 36 hours, 24 to 36 hours working on various interesting projects. All this will be happening in Art Park. I'll just tell you what Art Park is, but it is, as part of Art Park, we have this facility which we call the Art Garage. It's about 7 kilometers from here in one of the factories of HMT, where we have taken over one of the factories and we have set up this space which we call incubator plus laboratory coming together. So there are equipments there for the startups to use. We have a number of startups which are incubated there, and we also have the 5G DOT's 5G use case lab. There are about 100 use case labs. One of them is in IISc, which is set up there. So the teams will be using that lab to actually do their projects. So, there is now a lot of emphasis on innovation, and I just want to take a few minutes to just to explain our view of what innovation is. If you look at the technology kind of landscape or the life cycle in some sense, on the one hand we have research, right, where typically in an academic institution like IISc or maybe research labs around the world, the scientists and engineers are just thinking about understanding the world, understanding how things can be done in a better way, inventing things and so on. The other end is the productization or commercialization, where usually companies are creating products, selling products and so on. But there is a gap in between. What happens in research and what you do in products, that connection is not that straightforward or not that easy to do. And that bridge is basically where innovation comes in, or translation. People use different names for it. In our view, innovation is something where you put together solutions, concepts, technologies in a new way to solve a problem which can have an impact. Impact can be commercial, it could be societal. And for you to do that, you need to understand what are the problems to solve, right, which people care about at scale. So that connect with need and understanding, I might use the word customer, and figuring out how to put together a solution or a product for satisfying the needs of a customer. It could be a commercial customer, it could be a societal customer. That is really the journey of innovation.
So, as a distinguished speaker mentioned, there is a lot of innovation on the country, and innovation is really critical. We need to bridge that gap if we really want to create new products, new wealth.
Doing taking various initiatives, various programs, and one of them is this program started by Department of Science and Technology. It's under the mission called National Mission for Interdisciplinary Cyber Physical Systems, under which they created 25 what they call hubs, and one of the hubs is Art Park. So in our hub, we decided to focus on how AI and robotics technologies can be harnessed to drive innovations, leading to new products, new solutions, and so on. And by the very nature, the fact that it is sitting in between research and commercialization, it means that Art Park has to collaborate with researchers, academia, like an IISc. It has to collaborate with government, which is a huge major enabler, but also other entities, private players, MNCs, and finally the innovators. Who are the innovators? Innovators are the people who are restless, who want to do something big, who want to change the world, and which is through startups. Startups is a vehicle which we have the world has realized over the last 100 years is a vehicle to really get innovation out in products in a big way. So one of the most famous companies which came out in the early part of 20th century was HP, Hewlett Packard. Because I went to school in the Bay Area, Silicon Valley, the home of amazing innovations. I got inspired by that, and the story of HP was it started off in a garage. So that was kind of the inspiration for us to name our new facility Art Garage, so that we have a lot of new startups coming out here from our Art Garage. The thing which we are trying to do in Art Park is a little bit different from, we are not like a regular, I would say, incubator or a VC. A VC will invest money in startups and of course help support through business connections, networks, and so on. An incubator might provide you space and again, certain things like that. In Art Park, we want to actually embrace more the deep touch incubation. What that means is that facilities in Art Park on which the startups can actually build solutions or demonstrate their solutions. And also, of course, the other things like connect with VCs, connect with potential stakeholders, and so on. And we kind of want to work with every startup in a very deep and close way, right? So they should be like our startups. They are not like something we just throw some money and something happens. And so that is deep touch. So that is really the model which we are, which we are kind of embraced and we have put in place. The other important thing we are also doing is doing this activity in a thematic way. We want to have a thematic focus, for example, agri-robotics or, innovations in wireless or 5G or, health or language speech and so on. So within a thematic area, one of the things we do is identify 2 or 3 very challenging mission-oriented projects. The idea of this mission-oriented projects is to kind of bring together a small group or community of entities to work towards that mission goal. To give you a very concrete example, one of our thematic programs is in the area of wireless. Besides, so we have some funding support from the government of Karnataka, and the goal of this particular thematic program is to really enable innovations, right? And the need of the hour is innovations built on 5G, because operators have put in a lot of money in 5G, and they're all searching for ways to make money out of it, right? And that is the current state of affairs. They are not really that great 5G use cases yet, which are out there. And I think in that spirit, the DOT also realized and decided to create this 100 5G use case labs. And the intent is, of course, for the innovators to discover new use cases and hopefully, benefit themselves, benefit the society, benefit everyone. So one of the things we are doing is, for example, an example mission mode project is how can 5G technology enable drone corridors? So, we are not that great in building physical infrastructure. If you see the state of our roads, it's not that great. The wired telephone, it was kind of not really scaling, but then as soon as wireless came, we jumped over it. Right? Wireless, in some sense, needs less civil infrastructure. I believe the same will happen with logistics and transport. We'll take to the skies. It needs less civil infrastructure. And I think communication technology will be essential ingredient to enable large scale deployment of air mobility. Drones have to be, we have drones being used right now in agriculture and so on, but it's all proprietary RF links. Having a communication infrastructure support drones is going to be huge. And it is a system of systems problem. You need the telecom systems, working with the drone management systems, working with the air traffic control systems and so on. What is architecture of such systems? What are the interfaces? You need to drive standardization. You need to do pilot demonstrations at reasonable scale to convince DGCA, which is the regulatory authority, that yes, this is a technology which is safe. So this is an example mission mode activity where we have a number of startups of Art Park, big companies like Airtel, Qualcomm, Nokia, etc., all coming together with us, and we are enabling this kind of a mission-oriented activity. And the idea is that this leads to certain collaterals like reference architectures, pilot demonstrations, and the startups who are working on it, they are sharpening their technology product portfolio, and then hopefully they will then figure out their own commercial story out of this, right? So that is what I mean by deep touch, where there is a purpose-driven activity which hopefully benefits a number of entities working on it. So like that, there are a number of other activities which we are doing, and I want, in the interest of time, I won't go into too much detail, but I encourage you. I mean, I'm sure most of you will be there in the afternoon and tomorrow in Art Park, Art Garage. Please also take the opportunity to meet with some of the people. And one of the mandates of this thematic program on wireless for us is to encourage startups. Have startups come in. We would also like to learn from you, and I'm looking forward to a co-innovation and co-development of this whole space, right? So that we can put in the right platforms, right pieces out there to enable the entire ecosystem. So with those few remarks, I will stop here. Thank you again, and a warm welcome again to all of you. Thank you.
Check. Thank you, Professor Bharadwaj, sir. That was a very informative perspective on the aspect that was explained. I now request Shri G.K. Satur to be ready with the addressing of the event. Before that, let me tell a little bit about him, that is. He is an Indian Telecommunication Service Officer of 1990 batch. 32 plus years of experience in planning, execution, operation of telecommunication networks, and has worked in leadership positions in BSNL and DOT. He has also served in e-governance department of Government of Karnataka for the development of SWAN, data center, application security and cyber security area. BTech in electronics and telecommunication engineering and postgraduate in public policy and management from IIM Bangalore. I welcome you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Rigma. Respected Dev Kumar Chakraborty sir, DG National Communication Academy. Respected Professor Bharadwaj, Chair RBCCS and Director Art Park. Esteemed faculty from IISc, other reputed institutes from Bangalore. Senior officers from DOT, and a definitely heartwarming presence of young students from different institutes in Bangalore. A warm welcome once again to all of you. Good morning. At the outset, let me say this inaugural session was to be chaired by our unit head, Akhilesh Kumar Gupta, but because of some other important urgent assignment, he could not make it. So I'll be discharging that honor of delivering keynote address. I know the time is short, so I'll just two things I'll tell about the standards, importance of standards, and how it should go and where to go. I think this year WTSA theme is centering around three concepts: emerging technologies, innovations, and international standards. I think by this time my predecessors have made it amply clear that standards play a very important role in fostering growth and innovations in engineering and technologies. And they play important role in product development because one need not to invent the wheel. As far as you are conforming to standards, you can very well design your product and launch in the market. Standards ensures interoperability and cost competitiveness. Thus, it plays a very important role, important foundation for new players as well as old players to emerge and evolve. But one has to pay for standards, where the today's theme is basically focusing on. For example, you are buying a iPhone, say iPhone 16 is going to be launched now, it is already launched. You pay whatever money for iPhone 16, partly it goes to manufacturer, major part goes to as royalties to the standards developers whose standards have gone into this product. And our first speaker, Chakraborty sir, has told that in hitherto we have been major importer of technologies, and that is should change and must change so that we contribute more and more to standard developing process. And that is what the present theme is going to focus on. So there is a need for converting intellectual property into what we call standard essential patents, basically patents which goes into the product, so that our country takes the center stage in emerging and upcoming technologies like 6G, AI, and of course quantum computation, quantum technology, which are going to come. Instead of net buyer of standards, our motive should be to how we can be net seller of standards. That is what we should focus on and go on working in that directions, because it will foster digital inclusion, particularly in our perspective, new innovations, and thus it will improve our economy and our people. So there is a role for institutes, academia, students to play a very catalytic role and critical roles in registering for patents. then converting IPs into SCPs. Professor Bhardwaj has, in his opening remarks, he has already told how a beautiful setup has come in Art Park Garage, where there is a place where, three can meet and converse: institutes, academia, and government, so that our purpose of be a net buyer, not net buyer, but net seller of standards will materialize. And but one thing for students, I must say that you have to know the nuances of registering standards, and that's why I'll request all of you that today's theme will evolve around this thing: how to participate in standard making process, how to convert these standards into standard and essential patterns. So please pay attention to different speakers in the coming sessions, and it will benefit you, and definitely it will benefit everybody. With these few words, I look forward to a very active participation from all of you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Sitar sir. Can we have a big round of applause for all the dignitaries present here? Now, may I request Srimati Ponkudi Madam to give the gift of gratitude. I request her to present the gift of gratitude to Sir Chakraborty. May I now request Srimati S.S. Ganguly, DDG Secretary, to present the token of thanks and gratitude to Shri K. Sutur sir. Thank you, sir. Now I may request Ullas Nandapakar, DDG Electrical, to present the token of gratitude to Bharadwaj sir. So it is now the time to conclude the first session. I request all the dignitaries to take a seat in the front row. We will start our technical session now. I request Sunil Kumar sir to take up the dais from now.
Good morning, one and all. Now our technical session will start. So now I'll request, I'll invite Sri Avinash Agarwal, DDG Standardization, DOT for his talk. So such topic is Introduction to World Telecommunication Standardization Assembly, WTSA. key outcomes of previous WTSA events and their impact on global telecommunication. Avinash Agarwal is an Indian telecommunications officer of 1992 batch. He has 30 years of extensive experience in telecommunication, information technology and broadcasting while serving in various positions in Government of India. Presently, he is posted as Deputy Director General at Telecommunication Engineering Center. He chairs NWG 9 on broadband, cable and TV, chairs NWG 5 on EMF, environmental, climate action, sustainable digitalization and circular economy. And he holds position as rapporteur Q11/9 in ITU-T study group 9. So I'll request Avinash Agarwal sir to kindly present.
Good morning. Good morning. I hope it is visible from back now, or should we dim the lights? Please see if the lights can be dimmed because maybe it may not be clearly visible from the back. Thank you. So, in the first session, our esteemed speakers already mentioned a background about WTSA and standardization and other things. I will quickly give an overview of what is WTSA and other things. By the way, like how many of you are aware of or know about ITU or WTSA? Any, if you have been involved, kindly raise your hands if I know. Maybe just 2 or 3 persons know about this thing, ITU. So I will go through the basics also. And one more thing, like how many are interested in publishing research papers here? Still some more hands. And how many of you would like to contribute towards standardization or in the standards body? Okay. So I will quickly go through these things about ITU, about WTSA, various side events, and also about the venue and other things. But before that, a brief introduction about TEC, Telecommunication Engineering Center. So before that, I would like to tell you that this particular venue has witnessed another ITU event. So this is the first time that India is hosting the WTSA. But in November 2022, India had the privilege to host the meeting of Study Group 9 of ITU, and DOT along with IISc Bangalore we co-hosted. It was a 10-day event hosted at IISc Bangalore, and this particular hall was the venue for our workshop. So just we have come back to the same place, and the exhibition had taken place in the adjoining hall. About Telecom Engineering Center, so we are the technical arm or attached office of Department of Telecommunication and also the standard setting organization for telecom and related ICT sector. So we become the de facto sector specific national standards body. You might be aware of ISI, there's Bureau of Indian Standards, BIS. So we are a kind of national standards body, but limited to telecom domain. Now we are also making standards for broadcasting. So telecom, broadcasting, to some extent about AI and also related ICT. Then we are not just limited to standards but also testing and certification of telecom equipment. So there are both kinds of testing, like mandatory testing for certain notified products and voluntary testing where anyone can come with their product and we do the testing. So testing and certification are there. Then there is this World Trade Organization's technical barrier to trade for telecom sector. We are the national designated inquiry point. Then government has a scheme of Make in India to promote domestic manufacturing. So we have this complaints if there are any about percentage of Indian component in the products offered to various government organizations, then the complaint resolution part is with TEC and also ISO certification is there. If we talk of the standards related activities, so as I mentioned, we are formulating standards for telecom, broadcasting and related ICT. Then it is not just framing standards but also ratification and adoption of international standards. So like if we see that for mobile we have 3GPP standards, for Internet of Things we have this 1M2M standards. So these are developed at the global level. So India will also be contributing, but other countries also contribute. And then we have the global standards. So those global standards are then further adopted within the country. For this, we have a mechanism so that if there are any India specific requirements or if there are any concerns, so those are addressed and adopted. So we are nodal for adopting, and we have continuously adopted standards for 3GPP. Release up to release 17 we have adopted, then 1M2M also we have adopted. Then we are contributing to various standardization bodies like ITU that we are going to discuss in detail, APT which is Asia Pacific Telecommunity, IEEE, I hope you all are aware of IEEE. For ITU, TEC is the nodal for all contributions from India. So we have different kinds of membership that we will see in the next few slides. But as a member state, if we are contributing as Government of India, then all contributions are routed through TEC. So we have created mirror study groups in our TEC, which are called National Working Groups, and TRI has mandated us for testing and certification of conditional access system and subscriber management system used in the broadcasting sector. So this was a brief introduction about Telecommunication Engineering Center. Now let us talk about ITU. So ITU is the International Telecommunication Union, and it is a United Nations specialized agency for information and communication technology standardization. So there are other standards bodies also, like we have IEEE, we have IEC, ISO, then we have some very specific standards bodies like 3GPP for mobile communication standards, 1M2M for IoT standards and others. But this is specific in the sense that it is a United Nations arm, and it has different levels of memberships. Like if we see the at the lowest side, we have member states as members. So individual countries can be members. So 194 countries are members of ITU, which is just something unique. Like in IEEE, it is always individuals who are members, not the countries. Similarly, in IEC, ISO also there may be organizations, but not the countries. So this is something unique about ITU. And then we have other members also, like we have sector members, which could be institutes, organizations, like we have BSNL, we have RGO from India. There are some others also. TSDSI is one of the sector members. And then we have institutional members, which are called academia members, like IISc Bangalore is an academia member. And then we have associates also, which could be like a fourth category of membership. So ITU has different sectors, like three broad arms of ITU: ITU-T, ITU-R, and ITU-D. So T is for standardization, ITU-R is for radio communication, and D is for development. So the standards part is mainly dealt in ITU-T, which is the standardization arm. ITU-R deals with radio regulations, spectrum management, and also standards related to radio aspects. So even the mobile communication, like which we call 5G in our terms, but in ITU it is called IMT 2020. Similarly, what we call 6G, it is called IMT 2030. So the radio aspects of that are dealt in the ITU-R sector of ITU. And then ITU-D is for basically high level aspects, policy and other things. So for each sector, they have a 4-year plan, and that 4-year plan is and leadership for 4 years. So these things like the leadership and the plan, they are decided in their highest level meetings. So for ITU-T, we have this WTSA that we have been talking about since morning, World Telecommunication Standards Assembly. And then we have the TSAC. So this again gives some overview of the ITU structure. So we have ITU, and then this plenipotentiary conference happens every 4 years. So like they have a 4-year plan for everything. So this happens and it sets the directions for ITU for next 4 years. It decides the representative members from different member countries. Right now it is having 48 council members, and then below the ITU council we have these three sectors that I mentioned just now: ITU-R, ITU-D, ITU-T, and also of course a general secretariat. So for ITU-R, once in a 4-year conference is called WRC, World Radio Communications Conference. It happened in November 23 in Dubai. So now the next will be in 27. Then for ITU-D we have WTDC, and for ITU-T we have WTSA. So it is happening in India in October next month. So like just 3 weeks from now. So if we go into detail of ITU-T, I don't think you people will be able to see the slides, but cannot help. So in WTSA, ITU-T, we have this highest level meeting which is called WTSA, ITU-T. Then we have this TSAC, which is a high level group of different office bearers, different member states. But the main idea is that work is divided into different study groups. So there are 11 study groups. So maybe like most of you are from academia, you can understand like if you have an engineering college and then you have different departments. So just like you might be having 11 departments in your college or institute. So similarly, they have 11 study groups where the work has been divided into different categories. And then within the study group, we have working parties, then we have questions, and below the question, we have the work item. So actual contribution is at the work item level. So just like you have a college, then you have the departments, and within departments, you might be having different subjects, and then within subjects, you might be having chapters, and then within chapter also, you might be having some. So what we are contributing is at the lowest level, like at the work item level. So for each, if you want to do any contribution, we have a work item, and then for work item we contribute in the form of a contribution. So whatever we submit to ITU is called a contribution, and that contribution is at the work item level. And then different contributions, with the different contributions the work progresses, and then when it is final, it can be considered as a standard at the ITU level. So it is contributory. So all those who participate, they contribute, and it is only on the contribution. Like it is not that someone from the top will say this is the standard. So all the participants, they all are equal. They contribute, and based on their contributions and consensus, standards are framed. So I just wanted to highlight that we contribute at the lowest level, at the work item level, Then work items, different work items are clubbed together at a question level. Different questions of similar nature are clubbed together at the study group level, and then 11 study groups make the ITUT sector. And then how do we contribute from India? So there are different ways, like you can contribute through your institute. So if you are from IISc and IISc happens to be an academia member, so either you can contribute through IISc, but if that is not possible or that may not give you the sufficient visibility, then it is always recommended that you contribute as uh, uh, member state, like as part of India. So member state is the highest level of membership, so you even get voting rights in case there is any voting. Otherwise, the sector members and others cannot vote. So how to contribute? So this is just a representation. Like in Telecom Engineering Center, we have various working groups which are mirroring the ITU study groups, and then we have members from all stakeholders like startups, industry, academia, government organizations, research institutes, or even individuals. So like whoever wants to contribute, they can join our working group, and there is no charge for that. It is free and anyone can join the national working group. And the idea is that we contribute within the country. The various thoughts are deliberated at the national level, and based on the deliberations, we prepare our Indian contribution, which are submitted to ITU through the concerned study groups. So, it is not like we can directly submit. So, we take the approval from the highest level in our ministry. So, the member, which is member services, which is a secretary level officer, he would be approving the Indian contributions. So, like this, some harmony is developed. I would request that whoever is interested may kindly go through our website and see different national working groups and start associating with them, because I saw a lot of people raising their hands when I asked that if you want to contribute. So if you want to contribute, you should be associated with our national working groups. Maybe if you attend 2 or 3 meetings, you will understand how to contribute, what is the template, and like that. So maybe after 3-4 meetings, you will start contributing also. Okay, so let us talk about WTSA. Sir has already given a brief overview, so I will not dwell into that further. We are hosting it in India, and so we should be knowing that what is the objective and what will be the outcomes from this WTSA. So, as I mentioned, that this WTSA is going to set the vision for ITUT study for the next 4 years. So, next 4 years means 2025 to 2028. And vision means like just as your syllabus is revised maybe every 3 or 4 or 5 years. Similarly, like you can say that they are revising the syllabus of all the departments, and they are also seeing whether all the departments are relevant, or they want a new department, or they want to close down some irrelevant departments. So we have 11 study groups right now. Whether we want to continue with 11 study groups, or we want 10, or we want 9, or we want 12, that thing is going to be decided here. Then if we have 11 study groups that may be converged into 10 study groups, then what should be the topics that we should pursue in the next 4 years, during the next 4 years? Because new technology is developing. So how to include those new technology changes? Also, like how to focus on the standards which address the ground level challenges in developing countries, all those aspects, so that policy making, that path is decided in this. So just to give an idea, like the 11 study groups, so we have if I count from highest to lowest, so study group 20 is for IoT, so Internet of Things, the study group is 20. Then we have study group 17, which is on security. So telecom security, if you are interested in security, telecom security, so then you should work in study group 17. Study group 16 is on multimedia, so like lot of things on AR, VR, XR, metaverse, and also like compaction technologies, how to make it more compact, and delivery of media to vehiculars and other things. So that is in study group 16. Similarly, we have 15, which is study group 15, which is more or less related to optical communication and like this. So we have lots of study groups. Study group 9 is on broadband and multimedia, so about broadcasting. Study group 5 is on circular economy, electromagnetic field radiations. So like if you have concerns about e-waste and other things, or if you want to contribute on the radiation from mobile devices or from the BTSs, then study group 5 is the relevant one. Then we have the numbering systems. So for numbering scheme, like it is not just numbering of the mobile, but if you think of Internet of Things, the embedded devices, so numbering for the embedded devices, or even like we have pacemakers and others which may be having some numbers, and you are moving from one country to another country. So how that numbering scheme can be global, or how roaming can take place. So all those are in study group 2. So like this, we have 11 study groups. Now, if new technology is there, like AI is coming, or metaverse is there, or some other thing is coming. So how to revise the content of syllabus of these study groups? That is one of the most important parts of this WTSA. Another is that who will be the leaders for those various study groups. So it is all voluntary work. People come volunteer, and then out of those only we choose the chairs and the vice chairs. So the chairs of all the 10 or 11 study groups and other groups, they will be decided in during this 10-day period. So the outcomes expected are the standardization plan for the next 4 years, addition, modification, or suppression of WTSA resolutions, study group structures, mandates, and question texts, and updates of WTSA resolutions and A series recommendations. So just I did not mention about resolution. So what is a resolution? So resolution is just like kind of a small document of maximum 3 or 4 pages on particular topic, which gives the direction of ITU that what it has to do. So giving a direction to ITU. Like if we have resolution 50 on cyber security, so it tells that on the topic of cyber security, what are the focus areas on which it should work, and what outcome is expected. So that resolution is just kind of a like mandate to ITU for the next few years. So I will quickly go through the various events that are going to take place from 14th October to 24th October. Sir already mentioned about these things, but still I will present them. Maybe some additional information will be here. So we have this WTSA, which is the most important event, and he was our head of TEC, Mr. Ritu Ranjan Mittal. He is the chair of WTSA. So this is the first time that any Indian is chairing the WTSA. So this is also a great achievement for India, and it will be taking place at Bharat Mandapam, which is a very newly constructed building and the G20 took place in the same place. So the highlights are that governing conference of ITUT standardization sector. This I have already mentioned, so I will not repeat. Another important event is a one-day event, which is Global Standards Symposium, which will take place on 14th of October. So this is the very first event, and again the chair is CEO CDOT, Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyay. So again, this is a privilege that India is chairing the GSS, and this is a high-level delegation meeting where ministerial level officers, like ministers from different countries, and the CEOs and others, they will be participating. The theme is charting the next digital wave, emerging technologies, innovation, and international standards. And we will be having this United for Smart Sustainable Cities KPI ceremony, and other highlight is fostering public services, industry, innovation, on how AI and metaverse are reshaping our world. So I have just included a brief timeline here, time plan here. The idea is just to give you an insight of what happens in such big meetings. Like, is it just like this thing that someone comes on the dais and speaks and all others are listening, or what happens? So, just this is just to give an idea. Like, and this is tentative. Maybe some minor changes will take place as the meeting progresses. But like on 14th, we have this GSS. So this is something very different where high-level delegations will be there. There will be invited talks and other things. But if we see on 15th, which is the inaugural, and it will be inaugurated by our Honorable Prime Minister. So once the inauguration of WTSA takes place, then from 16th onwards, if you see, we have from morning 9 a.m. to 6:45 p.m. and then after 6:45 p.m. it is not written here, but till 9 p.m. There will be other groups which will be deliberating. So almost like 12 hours of daily deliberations will take place on different topics. So COM means committee. COM is the short form of committee. So there are like 5 committees will be constituted to deal with different subjects, and then meetings of the committees will take place, and everything will be contribution driven, and these are all silent meetings. Like there may not be any speaker, you have to listen through the headphone, and then most of the time it is in 6 languages. So you can choose the language also, like we have Russian, Chinese, Spanish, English, and Arabic, and I think I forgot one. It should be French. So these are the 6 languages in which most of the time the parallel translations, live translations will be available. And so that is why it is a silent meeting. Like if you have a laptop also, then you should hear from a laptop, or if you are using the desk audio system, then you can select the language and listen from there. So you have these committees, committee 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and then parallel sessions will take place. So this kind of talk will not be there, only contributions and discussions, and then consensus within all the countries that has to be done. And because consensus cannot be built in a big group, so they will constitute various ad hoc groups and other things. So where different countries will negotiate amongst themselves and finally come to a conclusion within these 10 days. So just wanted to give you an idea that it will be highly technical, and like from morning 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. and even during the lunch breaks, there will be coordination meetings for the within the country, for the region, and other things. So there are lots of side events also, and I'll just quickly go through each one of them. And this is the another very important event. So this is not part of WTSA. It has nothing to do with ITU, but this is a very important event. Every year it takes place in October, and most of the time our Honorable Prime Minister inaugurates the IMC. And if you recall, 2 years back in the same IMC, I think 2022, 5G was launched by Honorable Prime Minister. So this is a very important event for India, and as we can see that last time it attracted almost 1.5 lakh attendees from 67 countries and 400 startups. So this time it is going to be much bigger, and we are anticipating around 1.5 lakh attendees, participation from 120 or more countries, more than 700 startups, 400 exhibitors, 600 speakers, and lots of technical demonstrations. So this will be happening alongside WTSA. So a lot of people who come for WTSA, they will have an opportunity to see the IMC and the work done by Indian and other countries also. So it will be from 15th to 18th of October. We also have this AI for Good Global Impact, which is a one-day event on 18th of October. And the theme is AI standards and telecommunications. And I think Vishnuji is here. He will be talking about this AI for Good in detail, I think. I think he's not in the hall right now, but Then we also have robotics for youth on 17th. So this is also, these are all focused to involve young people like you in ITU activities. So we have AI for good, we have robotics for youth, and the aim is to promote inclusivity, enabling learning in robotics and coding. So global competition was organized with the IIT Delhi Technology Hub, and the competition fosters free software and hardware robotics. Then we have this kaleidoscope, where the academia would be most interested, because this is a conference where research papers were invited by ITU, and we have Chakravarti sir. He is the chair of kaleidoscope, and his team. Not just the Indian team. I think so. You had experts from lots of countries, and as you mentioned, lots of papers were received, and now finally shortlisted papers are there. And I would say that I am also one of the shortlisted. I was a paper which has been shortlisted, sir. So thank you. But that was anonymous submission, so I hope you were not knowing that it was my paper. So that is there. It is a very good quality conference, and there is an award also. I think sir, 6,000 Swiss francs. It is there for best three papers. So the idea is again about innovation, digital transformation for a sustainable world, and there will be keynotes, special sessions. So it is not just like there are the selected papers who are there. They are very eminent people who are speaking as keynote speakers also. And then besides papers, they also have the poster presentation. So like some papers who could not be shortlisted as papers are there for poster presentation, and like this is a very interesting event. Then to promote participation of women in the ITU activities, we have this network of women event. It is again on 17th of October, and in fact this is not a one day event. It continued for almost 1 year. So this will be the culmination of the network of women for WTSA 24 campaign, and the objective is to embrace gender inclusivity, and there will be fireside chat from SG chair. She happens to be a lady from USA, and high level women dignitaries will be there. I think our Honorable Minister, Madam Sitaraman, would be there as a speaker. And then the idea is that all the delegates, female delegates in the WTSA, they are invited, as well as lots of other ladies from academia and industry. They are also invited to participate here. Then we have this AI Bharat 5G 6G hackathon, which in fact will happen before the WTSA, and then we have this ITU Expo. So this is another event. Like we have the IMC, which is a very big exhibition, but this is another exhibition not as big as IMC, but this is an ITU exhibition. So like ITU Expo, another will be the IMC, and there will be demos, and also pitching and future looking talks will be there. So then we also have this WHO ITU Safe Listening Workshop, and the idea is that ITU has a standard which is called ITUT H.870. So it is specifically focused on safe listening, and this is very important because now most of the time, like not only youngsters but even people of other age groups, they have their headphones plugged in their ears all the time, and then what is safe for our ears and all those things. So like this is very important in that aspect. Then we have another event on ITU UN Disaster Risk Reduction Workshop. It again, the objective is to explore how modern technologies, including AI, big data, coupled with machine learning, digital twins, drones, remote sensing, and blockchain technology, in revolutionizing disaster management practices and to elaborate on the pivotal role of standardization in unlocking the power of emerging technologies in streamlining the prediction and recovery efforts. So it will be jointly hosted by UN Office and Disaster Risk Reduction and UNCCD. Also, like because the experts from different countries are coming here, so TRI will be taking lead in this international conference on telecom regulators. So there are events for every kind of participant. Like if there are regulators, we have this event. If we have from academia, we have kaleidoscope. For young, we have AI for uh, good and robotics for youth. Then we again have this innovation exchange. So exchange of innovative ideas between Indian research community and other member countries is there. And then the last event will be the closing ceremony, which again coincides with the UN Day, which is 24th of October. Uh, Here I would like to mention that India has also given lots of contributions to improve the working of ITU or the future directions of ITU. So I will just mention about two or three major contributions that we have submitted. We have given inputs for new resolution on trustworthy AI. So a lot of standards on AI are being developed, but whether they would be trustworthy, whether they would be the technology AI will be reliable in the sense that whether the common uh, harms through AI, like there could be bias, there could be discrimination, or there could be some hacking or attacks through AI. So the robustness is there or not. All those things should be taken care of during the standardization process itself. So we are not saying to develop more standards on AI. What we are saying is that the standards that are being developed should be meeting certain trustworthy benchmarks so that they are fair, they do not discriminate, they are robust, so there are no vulnerabilities. So other things that is one of our contributions. Another is on DPI, like digital public infrastructure. So we have suggested that India should take not India, ITU should take a lead on standardization on DPI. So India has a very good stack of UPI, Jandan Aadhaar, and uh, uh, even CoWIN is a platform that we have developed. So all those should be leveraged, and then we should have standards. Just to give an idea, like if you have UPI and what is the standardization there, like any bank can connect with the UPI, so you are very easily using the UPI. You might be having account in Axis Bank or State Bank of India or any other bank, and then all the apps also like Paytm or the other these payment apps. So this is possible because of standards only, standardization only. So all these things that we want to cover, and this is the venue, Bharat Mandapam. You might get an opportunity to visit this thing. And then these are the different halls. So this is a very big complex, and in fact, lot of walking will take place. Like they are arranging for golf carts also, so that if someone does not want to walk, they can use those facilities. And if you want to get more information, you can scan the QR code, and you will get all the details. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful presentation on ITU, WTSA, TEC, and you also explained about WTSA timeline, about India Mobile Congress, and different program of ITU. Now, I request Sri DM Ejil Buddhan, CGM BBNW, present a token of thanks and gratitude to Mr. Avinash Agrawal. Thank you, sir. Now, now I request Sheena to take the stage.
Thank you, Sunil sir, and good morning to all. The speaker of our next section is Sri Sadish Kankovi, Head of Standardization at Nokia for the Asia Pacific region. The topic of the session is Importance of Standardization, which includes the role of standards in engineering and technology, how standardization influences innovation and technology development, and enhancing India's contribution. I would like to invite Sri Sadish Kankovi, Head of Standardization at Nokia for the Asia Pacific region, to the dais, please. Thank you, sir. Now let me introduce Sri Sadish Kankovi, sir. Sri Sadish Kankovi is a part of Nokia Strategy and Technology Division and heads the standardization and industry engagements in APAC, focusing on India, Japan, and Korea regions. He is a distinguished member of technical staff and a senior member of IEEE. In his earlier roles, he has been part of robotic systems research at Nokia Bell Labs and contributing to wireless research and standardization in the mobile network CT organization. Sri Sadish did his engineering in electronics and communication from Delhi College of Engineering and masters in Nyaya and Vaisheshika from Karnataka Sanskrit University. Sir, I request you to please deliver the talk, please.
This probably.
Namaste and
Yeah, I fear if you turn off the lights, then people might just relax. Okay, yeah. So let's jump into the topic. Standardization is a very wide world. So Avinash indicated that ITUT itself, deals with a large number of standards, starting from optical, multimedia, metaverse, AI, autonomous networks, whatnot, and what else. So just to set the context and to talk in concrete terms, why and how standardization actually benefits the overall industry and society, I want to take an example of a very small subset, which is the telecommunications industry, and then talk about few things that have happened in terms of explaining the benefit of why do we need a common specification or a common set of rules for this technology to grow. So as you know, this is very famous thing. I have not put 1G here, but there were technologies called as 1G. 1G, I mean our like cordless phone, DECT, all those things can potentially be called as 1G. Then we had 2G and 3G. There were multiple technologies at that time. We had GSM, there was AMPS in US, then there were some technologies in Japan that were different. All those different technologies served the purpose of those specific geographies, for communications. But then with the growth of the need of people to actually move around the world, and also if you recollect the cost of technology when we were having 2G that was introduced, so at least in India, when I had my first phone, the cost was around 18 rupees for an outgoing call and 1 rupee for an incoming call. And if you tell the generation now that you had to pay for incoming and outgoing calls, they would even not believe you, right? So, so things have moved. So when you had diverse standards, then you do not get economies of scale. So that is one thing that maybe we can take as a point from here. Okay. Then going forward, in case of 3G, 3G also was an era where we had different types of technologies. So we had GSM evolved into WCDMA. Then we had something called CDMA 1000, CDMA 1X, CDMA 2001X, and then we had 3X that was in US. Then there were people who were talking about WiMAX. So like that, there were again, multiple technologies, and we did not. And then we had the issue of people who were, moving between different types of technologies. They were not able to interoperate with each other, right? So therefore, the solutions that you had to build on the basis of communications technology was only limited to one set of small group which was associated with the technology. So you could not say, for example, provide a single solution that would then spread across different geographies, or even within India where we had multiple technologies that provided 3G to be provided, so all to be served by a single solution. So the good thing that happened with 4G is that we took the best of all the different technologies. We took what we learned from GSM, what we learned from WCDMA, what we learned from WiMAX, into something that actually coalesced the good parts of all these different technologies and made a single standard. So now by far de facto 4G/LTE, as we also know about it, is a single standard. So what did it achieve? I mean, we could have multiple technologies. Maybe there were some technologies that were actually better than the concepts that got incorporated into 4G. But then the benefit was that you had one single technology that was used to create different devices, network systems, so that people could differentiate on the features but still be able to interoperate. Say a phone developed by Apple could work with phone developed by Samsung, could work with phone developed by Huawei, Panasonic, Ericsson, or whatever, right? So you don't need to actually, what that creates is that it creates a wider market, it fosters competition, it brings down cost of the service. Again, at the same time, what it also allows you is that it allows the best of the technologies from the different quarters, whether it is universities, industries, geographies, to come together, and then we are able to develop a technology that would actually serve the needs of different markets while also incorporating the best practices. So if you can see, the success story of standards actually started with 4G, which is by far the most popular and the most widely deployed technology across the globe. The same thing continued in 5G. 5G also, the same technology kind of evolved. And then going forward, as we look towards the 6G era, although the requirements are changing, as in like 2G started with voice, WCDMA started, or 3G we started introduction of small amounts of data. 4G led to the deployment of wireless broadband at a scale. 5G started to address the needs of industries, and then 6G probably will try to combine human world, which is like devices that we as humans will use, and then needs of the industries, plus this thing called artificial intelligence, which is needed to drive or improve productivity of all the aspects that we use. So what it will allow, we anticipate, is that 6G will allow us to combine human world, digital world, as well as physical world, so that communication can become the fabric that allows anybody to access compute and intelligence wherever they are. the slide is not there, but I'll probably keep on going. So what are the advantages? You have to press. I think the project. Okay. Oh, cool. Good. All right. So we said. So if you take telecommunication industry as the basis, so this is an industry. It is not like, say, for example, iOS system or a Google Android system where there is one platform and over which all the people just start using services. So a telecommunication network consists of different components, and all these components are built by multiple stakeholders. So it is in some sense a very democratized industry. So if you have so many multiple stakeholders, we have to agree on a basic set of principles that ensure that products and services work in the way you expect, in a way that is compatible with each other. And then society also benefits from a clear set of standards. You know what to expect from the technology, and then you develop solutions on the basis of that. Okay, so that sets the basis. So what is the value that you get from standardization? We were talking about India specific requirements that were discussed, and it was very good. I mean, because till that time we were like consumer of technology. Technologies used to get developed elsewhere, and then India would consume. So you had 2G, we took from the world when it was already deployed, say after 10 years in Europe. Similarly, 3G, we came, so 3G came to India after like around 6 years or so. LTE came in after it was deployed elsewhere after 4 years. But then starting 5G, India started to participate more in terms of what are the actual needs that we have. Is there something specific that is not there in the global standards? So the needs can be local, but then again, if you have to ensure that cost of the technology is less, you want to get the best technology by leveraging experience of the deployments worldwide, so that we can develop solutions of the highest quality. The standards should still be global. So the needs can be local, standards should be local. So we should try to contribute to the overall thing, so that the technology that we develop here not only is limited to markets in India, and now if we really have to be a Vishwaguru, it has to really serve the whole of the world. I mean, the whole world should be our market. So as I said, ensuring system interoperability is very important because the cost of niche solutions is very high. There is this regulatory and certification requirements that TEC of course would know best. This can be ensured only by having standards. If you don't know what are the interfaces, how two systems should interact, it will be very difficult to really enforce any regulatory requirements. It reduces market risk in areas of large investment. Professor Bharadwaj indicated that in India, we have really set records in terms of 5G deployment. October 2022 was when the deployment started, and by March 2023 and now, we are almost maybe the world leader in terms of the maximum number of 5G. Prime Minister Modi also very proudly announced in US that we are the biggest 5G market in the world, which is a very good thing. But then it also comes with the fact that 5G required a lot of investments. Just imagine if we had multiple variants of 5G currently in the market, then which variant would lead to satisfying requirements of industries, of automobiles, of say education, healthcare, etc. That becomes a risk. So to reduce the risk of such large investments like 5G and then going forward in 6G, it is very necessary that we have a standardized solution so that we can take advantage of the scale in bringing down the cost of production, cost of solution deployment, and then cost of development of use cases over those technologies. It also helps us create new markets, because if one technology is there and if it is used by say industries, if it has to say for example used by the defense or some other sector, you already have a reference, you know what the technology is capable of. So having a single specification also helps us take a particular technology which is like deployed in one context into other areas as well easily. I talked a lot about cost and how standards help us lower the cost, because you have a common technology. People don't need to build like customer variants, like custom variants, one for China, one for US, one for Europe, and one for India. Whatever is built at one place can then be sold at many places. Obviously, that will bring down the cost of technology. And this is the most important thing. We are very smart people, no doubt about that. But then, because God is very fair, many people across the globe are also smart. And it would not be very smart if we do not leverage the best talent across the globe in terms of solving the problems. So, standards and the organizations where such technical specifications are developed provide a forum for people from different sectors, whether it is academicians, whether it is industries, whether they are regulatory bodies, whether they are industry forums, and across regions, whether it is Japan, Korea, India, US, Europe, all those people can come together and then we can have the best technical contributions discussed, and then that allows us to develop something that would be the most optimal solution based on the knowledge that has been gathered across the globe. Okay, so as they say, I mean, there are several good ideas and we have to be open. Standardization is actually built on that principle. It is actually built on the principle that we need to discuss, engage with a large stakeholder ecosystem, and then use that for development of the technology. Okay, so so now we have, I mean, so now that sets the base for why, you know, having a common set of rules really benefits an industry. Okay, I will also take a couple of examples where there were cases where where there were attempts by very large nations. Our neighbor, in the case of 3G, I did not talk about a technology called TDS-CDMA. So China is a very big nation. It wanted to have its own technology because it wanted to be different, and maybe there were some advantages of that in their specific local context. But TDS-CDMA really did not live its life even in the era of 3G. So what were the reasons? So if you have a very specialized technology, what happens is that the people that are involved in terms of developing, as I talked about, global knowledge powerhouse, so that force is not there. You have to build custom solutions, which even people in China would find it very costly because you have to do some kind of custom thing which cannot scale. You will be only producing 100 units in the place of 1 lakh units that they sell in China, Africa, and elsewhere also. And then the development path, that particular institute, government has to put all the resources, you know, to really continue, like development of the technology. So because of these challenges, we do not hear about TD-SCDMA anymore. So China realized it very early in the journey of its standardization, and then it started to focus completely on the global standards, and now it has the largest number of contributions in terms of IPRs or technology inputs into what has gone into 4G and 5G. That is learning, I mean, not a positive way, but we should learn from others' mistakes. So therefore, we should also strive towards ensuring that technologies that we think are new should then become a part of a global standards ecosystem, so that we can then take advantage of the global market as well as leverage the large ecosystem that it provides. So let's assume you're all convinced that standards are good, but how do we really take a lead in terms of contributing towards the standard? So that's a very big question. So what are the learnings that we have from the countries or organizations which have really led standardization, and which is what India also aims to do, right? So in that case, as you know, the standards contributions or the concepts or technical aspect that go into standards, they have to be backed by technology R&D. So there are like hundreds of ideas or solutions, variants of solutions on a particular topic, which have to be discussed, and only one or two of them get agreed or ultimately get specified. If you have 20 variants, then it is not a standard, right? So you should have something that 20 people agree on. So if everybody has their own variant, then it is not a standard. So a lot of technology R&D has to go into in terms of development of the solutions. Okay, and these standards, once they are available, they have to be productized. So because of that, people who are developing the standards should not only be the people with ideas, there have to be stakeholders who are actually going to take those specifications and actually implement the networks. There have to be people who are going to consume it. So for example, operators have to be there. There have to be automobile manufacturers, industry operators, so that they can consume the communication technology that gets developed. So when all these people are there together, that will lead to actual products that see the light of the day. Otherwise, it will be just addition into the large amount of electronic waste that is anyway there in the world today. Okay. Productization leads to monetization, and that monetization should again lead to investment in technology R&D. So this is the virtuous cycle of innovation. So this aspect is very key. So when people are monetizing from technology, there has to be a continuous investment in technology so that future standards can get developed. This is one area, because one of the topics that I was given is that what we should do in India so that we can foster standardization or our contribution towards standards, is that we should not start there. We should start here, because this is the base. This is where, things, people who have invested a lot in technology R&D over the past 3 years will bring in mature concepts which will address issues at a very low cost and in the most optimal way. If you do not invest here, then it will be difficult to be successful in the domain of standards contributions. So, okay, and this is what we have also learning from different countries. For example, semiconductor industry in US, it became a leader because there was a heavy investment from the industry towards academic institutions. There was a set of incentives that came from the government that actually encouraged industry to work with academia, gave them an equal footing in terms of specifying the problems that are relevant, what are the things that they can really build products on, so that academia could start working on it. So that kind of government, academia, industry collaboration, where each of these stakeholders is on an equal footing, because the government, because of its view, will know what is the direction in which the country has to go. Academia is the one where people will come up with disruptive ideas, but of those disruptive ideas, what can be productized, industry would know. So if you have ideas which cannot be built, then again it will not fulfill the purpose of the needs of the country. So this virtual cycle of innovation has to be kept in mind, and this is where standards creates the bridge of selecting the best idea which address the solutions because of the multi-stakeholder platform it gives, so that ideas can get into products. Otherwise, there is a big gap between lot of ideas and no products get developed. So, I'm from Nokia. I have to do a little bit of advertisement, so pardon me for that. I will also do in a couple of slides. I'll try to keep it very mild. So, but this is a very profound statement. So, in this era, everybody wants to be the best. Individuals, countries, blocks. So, India wants to be Vishwaguru. So does, because I work with Japan and Korea also. So they also want to be Vishwagurus in their own, language and understanding. And similarly, we know that ambition of other countries, China, US, everybody wants to be Vishwaguru. So in this era of geopolitical tensions where everybody wants to be ahead of each other, there is a big risk that technologies also can be used as tools to showcase their supremacy or to avoid interoperability, avoid access or progress of certain non-friendly blocks. So what we have to ensure is that if that happens, people can fight at the political level, but then at the level of technology, at the level of providing the basic services to address needs of the common man, we still need to have machines that should be able to talk to each other. So irrespective of the geopolitical tensions, we should not fragment the standards so that solutions can still be delivered while people of power keep fighting. Solutions to the society can still be delivered at the lowest cost and at the best quality. So what does that mean? We have to create technology that helps the world act together. Take the local needs. We still should, at a global level, try to collaborate with the different countries, with the different companies, with the different stakeholders in terms of developing the technical specification. We have to cooperate not only with our peers but also with our competitors. Like I from Nokia, we work very closely with Ericsson, Huawei, Qualcomm. They are all in some sense peers and competitors depending on the sectors. But then when we have to develop the technology, we believe in actually extending the pie. We have to make a bigger pie and then we get, parts of it, rather than fighting over small portions if we work in our own silos. Collaboration on standards also ensures people to look at aspects that are beyond just commercial benefits. Things like energy efficiency, sustainability, inclusion, human rights all come because there are stakeholders for whom this is important. If you do not have a forum which can incorporate these needs into the technical specifications, it would be very difficult to develop products that adhere to these things. We have to shape 5G and now going forward into 6G in a way that it supports interoperability, innovation, and encourages a healthy competitive business environment. So technology, patents, all of these things are really useless if we are not able to develop business out of it. So therefore, we have to keep in mind what is it that can be converted into solutions in the real world at a price point that can be used by the consumers. So for that, we need to have this multi-stakeholder environment, because forces coming from different perspectives will ensure that what gets developed will be useful to people. There are some references, the slides will be available, you can take a look at that. Then specifically, I also wanted to very briefly touch on, what we could do in terms of India, contributing. So to set the context, Avinash already talked about ITU, which is the global body, and then we have ITU is where we have requirements. So every 10 years we have to come up with a new technology. That is how we keep our jobs. So we did IMT 2020, that is done now. Now for the next 10 years, we need to develop something new for 2030, and that will happen in 2040, 50 also. But what are the requirements of the society for 2030 come as part of IMT 2030 requirement that is again happening under these aegis of ITU. What are the different spectrum bands that would be needed so as to deliver those services are discussed in a body called WRC, and we had one last year where they talked about what are the things that need to be studied for the next 4 or 5 years, so that in 2030, if you have to say support AR services, if you have to say support remote education with the teacher standing here and supporting in a remote place in, say, for example, Hubballi or some North Karnataka place, if that has to happen, what are the requirements for such a service? So all those things are then being discussed, and then finally somebody has to take those requirements and develop specifications, and that is this 3GPP body. 3GPP again, it's not an SDO like TSDSI. It is not an SSO, standard setting organization, like TEC, but it is simply a partnership project of different technology stakeholders, which can include industries, academia, as well as governments. So this comes up with the technical specification. This is where the global requirements can go, and those standards will then be evaluated by the individual geographies, like for example in India TSDSI and TEC, and they get adopted. So it has laid down the requirements. I will not go through this busy slide. So this is important. If we have to make a strong impact in terms of standardization, we have to be very cognizant of the timeline. We have to be ready with what is getting discussed, or what the people have agreed globally in terms of the stage of development of specification. Say for example, there is going to be a 3GPP workshop in the March of 2025 that has been decided. So we should be ready with proposals in terms of use cases, what are the requirements from India for that workshop. Then going forward in 2026, 2027, actual technology solutions might get discussed. So our solutions should be mature enough. We should have enough, discussions, proof of concepts that should have been done starting now, so that those solutions can stand the test of multiple parties discussing. And then finally, some of those solutions, some aspects of solution A, solution B, solution C will then get coalesced, and you would finally have a particular standard, hopefully by the end of 2028. So this timeline is very important. And if you look at globally, what has happened is that over the past 3-4 years, there are different alliances which we call as pre-standardization research alliances that have been set up all over the world, which have already started discussing what are the problems that my society would have to address in 2030, what are the potential technology solutions for that. They create some kind of consensus amongst the stakeholders, which includes academia, industry, government, industry forums within their regions, and then develop their positions. Okay, they also interact with each other so that they can take the best practices across, and then finally, when 3GPP specifications are going to be developed, there is already a level of maturity, and there is a greater chance of those contributions to be taken into the final specification. That is the path, and we have made a very good beginning. I know that in March 2023, Prime Minister Modi made the announcement of the Bharat 6G vision, and then I think by June or something, Bharat 6G Alliance was established, which is a very good forum where I think all the different research that is being done across India should come. We should evaluate which of those research areas are standardization ready for 2030, are ready for standardization in say 2040, because some of them can be looking at things that are much farther ahead, right? So that kind of benchmarking evaluation has to be done, and that would require participation of groups like TC, because you have great experience in terms of what technologies get deployed, how things can be useful or not useful. Then later, once our concepts are ready, we will be ready when 3GPP standards group starts discussing those things. So as you see, Japan, Korea, China, everybody is already making efforts. We started a little bit late, if I may dare say, but still, I think we have about 1.5 years to really take our get our act together. So, as I said, one of the key thing about standardization is that it's all about collaboration. If we think we can develop something single-handedly or just in a silo, that era of the civilization has gone. There were times when one country or one region was able to develop something, and then that would have become the de facto standards. There are different geopolitical pressures, there are different technology pressures, and there is just the technology itself is moving so fast. It is only in our best interest if we take the best of all the worlds. So collaboration is very important across the different domains inside a region, whether it is academia, industry, government, or across regions. And standards provides that platform where different stakeholders can come together and develop the best technology. So we also have, in our way, in our own small way, contributed to the 6G journey. So our CEO met Prime Minister Modi on March 2023, and then by October 2023, we actually set up the first of its kind 6G lab here in Bengaluru. Very proud, and that provides a very good platform for collaboration with universities, and we are very proud to have a collaboration with Indian Institute of Science, where we are looking at some of the research problems that need to be challenged in the context of what is relevant for India, and finally at some point in time maybe some contributions also would come from there. Then finally, I mean, while the topic is about standards, I think the underlying theme is collaboration. If we want 6G to really matter, if we want India to really matter in 6G, collaboration should be our biggest priority. We should try to get our strengths together and then take a very unified, harmonized approach, practical technologies that can provide solutions for issues that are going to confront our society in 2030. That should be the approach for us to really make a mark in 6G. So with that, I would like to close my presentation. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Sir, our sincere thanks for your exceptional section. Your insight and expertise made a significant impact on us. Thank you once again for the informative, engaging, and thought-provoking session, sir. Sir, I request Sri Suhas Devastali, Director Admin, DOT Karnataka LSA, to present a token of thanks and gratitude to Sri Sadish, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sadiq sir. Thank you,
Thank you.
Devasili sir. I request Sri Miss Rikma to take over the dais, please.
I'll call Shri Hemant Sharma ji, DDG Media. Sir will update some new things, so just I'll request Hemant ji.
You can just display on it. So thank you, Sunil, for calling me over here, and thank you all of you who have joined very enthusiastically here. And we have learned something about the ITU and the WTSA, and I hope that it will be igniting, some curiosity or inquisitiveness about how we can participate in the standardization process of telecom. And believe me that each one of you can be, another Graham Bell, or maybe, the people who are inventing mobile and all. So please do join these, efforts which ITU is putting in setting the standardization part, and your contributions are really, can be important for that. So keep on, seeing the different details which are available on the ITU side, and remain in touch with the DOT for, how to know about how to contribute further in the next study groups and all. So thank you very much for coming here. I think there are more sessions after this. I just came to tell you that we are also having a quiz, as you must be aware of, and I mean most of you must have already registered online. So those who have not registered online, please do scan this QR code, register yourself, give all your details. I mean the email IDs and the mobile number and the institution, etc. So we will be having a quiz at around 12:30 today. So for that, it is necessary that we register ourselves online on this, and after that, at 12:30 we will send you a quiz link to your email ID, registered email ID. We will take that quiz for 15 minutes. Around 30 questions will be there. It will be just testing what we have learned here, or what we know about telecom and other standardization part. So and whosoever scores a threshold mark which we have written in there, they will also get a digital certificate from Department of Telecommunications. So please do register yourself and generate you register yourself and give your email IDs. We will be sending the quiz for you to participate. So with that, I also invite you for a cup of tea. We will be moving from here to ground floor in front of this building, and we will have a group photograph with this iconic building. All of you will come here. We will see it on our social media. We will see it on our, the Twitter handle of DOT. I'll request you all to also see and follow the DOT's Twitter handle to see your photographs over there, and also to know about the latest what is happening in telecom world. So thank you very much, and I hope everybody has registered on this, and then we can move forward for a cup of group photograph, and thereafter a cup of tea. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So now I request everybody kindly come at ground floor, and we'll have a group photograph, and then immediately we'll go for tea. Now we are announcing for tea break, but before tea, we all will assemble at ground floor for group photograph. And this group photographs we will go in our DOT site, social media, even we will try to see that it will be circulated everywhere. So I request everybody kindly come at ground floor near our iconic ISC iconic building. This QR code is here. If anybody wants, immediately they can register, because
implementing standards and holds 14 internationally granted patents. He is a senior member of IEEE and active member of National Working Group 30 in India and a vice chair of ITUT focusing on autonomous networks of ITUT correspondence group on data sets and correspondence group on artificial intelligence in 60. He was nominated to Scientific Advisory Board Associate, that is SADA, member of Motorola Networks and was senior specialist radio resource management Nokia Networks. From 2018, he works as an independent researcher in is the co-editor of ITOT focus group specifications on machine learning in 5G. He is the curator of the in-person ITU AI/ML in Communication workshop in Geneva in July 2023 and May 2024 and curated 100 plus discovery series of webinars under ITU A14 Good. In recognition of contribution to ITUT Study Group 13 standardization activities and the excellence work performed, he was awarded certification of appreciation by ITU. His current work includes coordinating standard initiatives with other SDOs, industry bodies, open source, and academia, mentoring students, projects, and coordinating the ITU AI/ML in 5G challenge around the globe. He has served as a guest editor of JICT's, that is Journal of ICT Standardization, special issues on zero touch service management, and in the editorial team for ITU Journal on future and evolving technologies, special issues on AI/ML. I welcome Mr. Vishnu Ram, sir, on the dais. He'll explain you about the hackathon that is going to happen now.
Okay. Yes, please. Okay, 1.5. Okay, thank you, Rekma, and Namaskara. My name is Vishnu. I am a consultant with ITU. I will talk about a slightly different hackathon. This is ITU WTSA hackathon. It's called AI Bharat 5G 6G Sandbox. So you have already got all kinds of concepts today morning. I am going to be very practical today, and we will look at some of the use cases that we have. Okay, so let's see. This is oh. All right. So this is an ITU document. In case you haven't seen, this is a format that we follow for submissions to ITU. In case of ITU hackathon, I will give you the details in a bit, but basically the use case looks like this. What is this use case? This is a submission, a sample submission for a team. The teams typically take very strange names, funny names. In this case, the team is called Tenali and the fellow is called Raman. I mean, this is no coincidence, right? So this is a sample submission made by ITU for benefit of students and who are making the submissions. The topic in this case is a midnight robbery. So what happens in this scenario is that you have a corporate or a home surveillance, and night vision cameras are deployed, and these night vision cameras are guarding a highly secure area, for example, and an intruder comes in. So there is a story, you know, our mentors have written this story where you have an intruder into your highly secure area, motion detector cameras are triggered, and from this we have a pipeline which is triggered from there. So what is this pipeline? You need, once the motion detection cameras are triggered, you need resource allocation. For 5G, 6G, whatever type of network you have, you need network resource allocation to be made for those cameras. If you are gaming or if your child is gaming, that needs to be low priority. And now you need high priority to watch this intruder, where and what happens. So an alarm needs to be triggered based on the intrusion detection, and then live streaming of this event, that particular thief which is entering or an intruder which is entering, is given to the law enforcement, police, cops, whatever you call it. So firstly, thief enters the house or secure area, you have motion detection cameras, and you have live streaming, and cops arrive and the thief is caught. That is a storyline for this particular use case. So there are different phases. Phase 1 is there is intrusion and it is detected. Phase 2 is alert is sent. Phase 3 is that continuous monitoring needs to be done with connectivity. And phase 4 is the intruder is caught. So this use case has several requirements. First requirement is that image detection video analysis models needs to be selected and deployed. That is at the edge. And second requirement is continuous allocation of resources from base stations connectivity to this particular edge cameras. Third requirement is mobility tracking, because you have high priority users, for example law enforcement officers who are coming, cops who are coming, police who is coming, whoever it is. You have location based priority resource allocation for such help which is coming for specific locations. Fourth requirement is it is critical to trigger normalization and redistribution of resources. So if your child is gaming, he will get the gaming back after this intrusion event is over. So that means there is redistribution of resources. What is the concept which is used? Pipeline design, that is AI ML concept which is used. There is no surprise here. ITU Y.3172, that is the recommendation which we use. Standard is used here. Our main aim in the hackathon is to make sure that you read the standard. Our main aim is not to make sure that you win. That's your main aim. But our main aim is that you read the standard. ITUT Y.3172 is the standard which is used in this particular use case. The requirements for this type of application is mentioned here. Here is a very nice colorful figure which is put, which explains the different components of the standard 3172 overlaid on the scenario. Okay, this particular scenario. And then the component design. The component design of XApp, which is the application I will show you in a bit, which explains how this application has to be deployed in the network using Open RAN concept. That is the XApp design. So what is the role of the XApp? What is the role of the sandbox? And finally, let us not forget code. So this is the Python code which goes into the application XApp, which specifically sends message to the radio unit, distributed unit and back. So in Open RAN, you call it as E2 message. So you send this E2 message and receive the message back from the RAN. This is what we do in this piece of code. So you can see here adaptive MC modulation coding scheme is enabled, and you have interference signals which are detected and resources which are allocated based on it. This is a very simple, you can see 25 lines of code. In 25 lines of code, you are able to do this. This is the power of open source. Okay? So you build on top of open source this whole application in 2 days. Your hackathon is 7th and 8th in Delhi. That is the physical hackathon. We have online phase going on now. And now there are several comments here, and there is a sequence diagram, etc., which I am going to leave out. There are open source code, open source tool sets which we have explained in this example also. I won't go into details today. I am given 30 minutes. So I am going to switch and look at the concepts which is behind this, and let's see if it comes up. Okay. Oh, so whatever you saw just now, right? This is part of ITU WTSA hackathon. The scenario that you saw just now is a one example scenario. There are 5 example scenarios which we have built up in our GitHub repository. ITU's examples are there for you to do. Okay, pointer doesn't work. Let me see. All right, so I am going to very quickly go through this. This is the first problem statement that we have: how to build your own AI machine learning model for 5G and 6G. This is the first problem statement using ITU standards. It's open to anybody, including global participants. At the moment, if I remember right, there are 70 odd teams which are registered for this hackathon. There are phase 1, which I talked to you just now, webinars, roundtables, etc., which is currently going on. Phase 2 is model training optimization, training demo in sandbox in Delhi. This is problem statement 2. If you are interested in 5G, 6G, ORAN, Open RAN, etc., this is problem statement 2, which talks about how to build applications on top of communication networks so that using open source you are able to do what I told you just now. That 25 lines of code, you remember, that exactly will be built in phase 1 and phase 2 in exact implementation optimization happening in Bharat Mandapam on 7th and 8th. So let's look at the rules and regulations. Hackathon is open to anyone. Okay, participant can be a student, startup, a small enterprise, prof, anywhere. You can form a team and submit solutions. If you are a prof, if you are a faculty, please join us for mentoring. You are most welcome to do that. And maximum 3 submissions are allowed. Cloud credits, you have $1,000 worth of total $1,000 worth of cloud credits waiting for you. That is for selected teams only. So if you are wanting those cloud credits, you should use the QR code at the end and submit your designs exactly like what I showed you just now, the thief, intruder, remember that one. The teams, don't copy that. Please don't copy that. Use your own use case examples. The teams can also use their own data set. If you need data set, please contact me. There is a QR code at the end. There are prices to grab: $1,000, $700, $500, etc., and flight tickets to Delhi. And best student participant has $500. Best startup participant has $500, and ladies, don't forget, they have their own price of $500 as well. I am going to skip given the fact that I have 30 minutes. So these are the different tasks, and there is timeline. So registration closes on 28th. No worries. Tomorrow, day after, we are having what we call as a midnight marathon. That means 6 p.m. India time to 12 p.m. India time. 12 a.m., 12 midnight. We are having mentoring sessions continuously for your purpose. This, if you have not started anything, this is the place to start. You will be given hand holding by experienced mentors who will tell you how to start from a blank document to design and code. That is what will happen. 27th and 28th, tomorrow and day after. There is a link at the end of this PPT if I get the time to show it. Announcement of shortlisted teams on 30th September, and phase 2, as I told you, 7th and 8th. Don't miss it. Shortlisted teams to meet at Bharat Mandapam in New Delhi. Okay, so there is evaluation criteria to worry about. You have relevance of the use case to sustainable development goals. Remember, power saving, green, education, agriculture. There are all examples built up in our GitHub. There are 5 examples which hits all the SDGs which I talked about here. And then you have to worry about the AI/ML clarity. You should have completeness of your design. If you are thinking that you will just do auto ML and give me the model, good luck, because we are going to look at your design documentation and filter you first, and then readiness for phase 2 including self designs and YAML code. If you don't know any of these acronyms, tomorrow is the day to start. Okay, relationship standards. If you have not read ITU, if you first time heard Avinash ji talk about what is ITU, tomorrow is the day to start, because we will explain from scratch what are the ITU standards to look at onwards, zero to hero. Okay, phase 2 is demonstration. By that time you will be the expert, not me. So we will make sure that you have the prize at the end of final score. I'm going to skip through this. I think Satish already covered this, some of these concepts. I think previous speakers have all covered this. So I'm going to skip through all these ORAN and different architectures. Unfortunate, I am given time constraint. Given the time constraint, I have to skip this. But if you need details, please join us tomorrow. We will go through this. There are professors who are joining tomorrow to explain you these concepts as well. So let's see. Okay, this slide is important. This slide talks about applications on use cases in relationship with networks. You can see that there is white box hardware, traffic steering, QoE optimization. Today to you I talked about radio resource allocation. Okay, not for UAV, but I talked to you about cameras, but real-time streaming, I talked to you about that. But radio resource allocation is the concept which is used in example that I showed you. Similarly, you have to map to one of these concepts, or you have to explain the concept. Okay, I'm going to skip. This one is from ITUT Y.3061. There is a link at the bottom. Y.3061. This is autonomous networks recommendation standard from ITU. This is another important standard which we will explain to you. If you have not read it, tomorrow please join us. Okay, I am going to skip. Okay, these are the steps where you start. Choose the use case. You start with agriculture, SDG, education, whatever. You start with that, and then you design your pipeline, design your XApp. Then you submit your code. These are the steps that you follow. This is a document template that I showed you just now. It had use case introduction, use case requirements, pipeline design, XApp design, relationship to standards, code submission, and self-testing. If you want to see this, visit our GitHub repository. Then these are the code submission details. You need to write maximum 30 lines of code, I think so. If you write more, you will make more mistakes. Write less code and write it efficiently. That's the aim of the deal. Okay, app.py or whatever Python. I mean, in the open source that we use, there is app.py, whatever Python code that you have or any other code that you have. There are mentoring sessions which explains, and there is a GitHub repository which explains these examples as well. There is your QR code for examples. So please, there is the one which I showed you, along with one for agriculture, one for I think traffic safety, connected car, and if I remember right, a cricket stadium with Rahul Sharma batting. I think these are the use cases which we have in the example scenario. Okay, please use the QR code. If you can't, then just talk to me. Join us tomorrow for the mentoring sessions. There are open data. I know you guys are going to ask me about open data. ITU has been organizing AI machine learning challenges for the last 4 years. Yes, please.
1 o'clock, one quiz is here.
Sir, I will stop by 1 o'clock.
No, just I have to announce. People have to log in. So you can break that time and then we continue after quiz 1:15.
Sure, no problem. But I think I will I will finish. No
They
worries.
need 5 minutes.
No worries. So this is open. I mean, we have been arranging AI machine learning challenges for the last 4 years, and we have repositories of data. No worries about data. We have partners as well, operators, vendors, open source, universities. One of our professors from University of Glasgow will be there as a mentor in Delhi. And if you are a faculty, please talk to me. I'm here, and it will be a pleasure and an honor to have you as one of our mentors. Select free GPUs. Okay, this is equivalent to free lunch, right? Free GPUs are available. ITU provides free GPUs. In addition, in addition to what Department of Telecom is giving you, $1,000, we also give free GPUs. These are the references. This is also available from our website. Some Q&A is here, but Sunil ji is breathing down my neck, so I have to really hurry. Let me call out some important points. Travel support. Yes, selected teams will get travel support to Delhi. Use cases. I have already given examples. Should I use only ITU? I am a 3GPP boy. Sure. You use whatever IEEE. You want to use IEEE. Go ahead. It should be a standard. That's all we are asking for. Where can I get data sets? Where can I get GPUs? I already explained this. How do I create the apps? There is mentoring sessions, recordings available from our website. Please look at that. What are the prices? I explained. When should I submit? Day after tomorrow midnight. Can I reuse examples? Yes, with significant changes if you want. Okay, midnight marathon. Okay, go from 0 to hero on 27th and 28th 6 p.m. Indian time to midnight. This is your registration link for that. There is a forum as well which will explain everything what I told you just now onwards till you win the prize. Now I want to also show, I am supposed to, and I want to very quickly before Sunilji comes, I want to actually show you this one really quickly. The ways to participate in ITU activities, slightly gear shift, okay. The ways to participate in ITU activities, there are 10 opportunities. I will not be able to cover in 10 minutes, but I will try. Very important things only, and then the rest you can talk to me offline. Opportunity 1 is ITU ML challenges. There are tiny ML challenges. If you are into IoT, if you are into sensing, if you are into AI machine learning along with sensing, this is the challenge. Last year we ran a challenge based on sound of rain, where people collect, participants collect the rain, to detect rain and the heaviness of the rain, intensity of the wind. These are important parameters for us, but there is a slight, you're not supposed to use moving parts. No moving parts at all. That is the twist that we have for IoT based. Energy consumption base station, I'm very happy to say that we have an Indian winner traveling to Dubai for this prize, sponsored, fully sponsored trip to Dubai. Last year we had Mr. Krishna from Bengaluru traveling, and he had won this particular challenge. You can be next. The geospatial analysis and such challenges are also available. We are basically looking at how addressing these challenges. How do I find good quality data? Can I get reference code for ML pipelines? Can I read or publish research on AI? And how to map it to standards? Can I get free GPUs? And can I get a support forum? This is what we are trying to address. Okay, what we offer in the challenge, this is what we offer. Okay, I'm going to skip. All right, this is a webinar series we have been curating for the last 4 years. You see there have been Indian speakers, but you are most welcome to nominate somebody, your professor or industry colleague, whatever researchers who are working in the area. ITU AI for Good host these webinars who are well published, well established in the field of AI, machine learning and sustainable development goals and networks. If you are into publishing, ITU Journal for Future and Evolving Technologies. This is our chief editor is Professor Ian Akildes, who is we have been running special issues for the last 3 years. Current one is coming out. Okay, there have been, by the way, there have been Indian authors. I have tried to circle it, but let's actually move forward. Pre-standards opportunities for focus groups. There are focus groups which don't need any membership. You don't need to pay any fees. You don't need to pay membership fees to IEEE. No student membership. Nothing is required, free of cost. There are frameworks that we have come out. Hackathons we arrange once in a while. We had run one last 3 years continuously that we called it as Buildathon, and Buildathon is we ran for the last 3 years. Yeah, by the way, there have been teams from India as well. There is, yes.
To continue, just only 115 minutes quiz is there. Sure. The time they have given 1 to 115.
Okay.
We want to finish it, then your class we can continue.
Sure.
I'll just silent. I think all participants, if you check their email, already one link has given. One quiz is there at from 1 o'clock to 1:15. So I request you just go check your mail and log in there. Quiz will start sharp 1 o'clock and it will be up to 1:15. So you try to attempt maximum questions, so you will get a chance to get a certificate. So that period, just for 15 minutes, we'll stop this session and we love to listen you, sir. So after that, we can continue also your session. This is not we are squeezing because 1 to 1:15 given. This window is open everywhere. So we cannot skip that one because and I request those who are online also kindly log in and just keep it ready. 1 o'clock sharp quiz will start and it will close by 1. So, if you want, take.
Yeah, if anybody has lost the QR code, let us know. Please kindly if you are not registered or anything.
Sorry, sir.
No, what should I do now?
After
I'll
this, please. This is the QR code.
Sent in the WhatsApp call.
Down.
Guys, last call. If anybody has lost their QR or have not registered, please let us know. Can you please raise your hands again? Okay, 1, 2, 4, 5. I think those. I won't be able to see it. How many of you all have got the quiz links? Don't check. Who sent it? Wi-Fi password. Wi-Fi password.
A lot of them have connectivity issues. Who shared with me? I will tell you. Yeah, my phone. Was there in his screen itself? Let me help you with it. Group link. There you go. An announcement. One in share if they have not got the QR link that paper. Open the notepad, please. Oh, let
Is there anybody who has missed the link, who has not got the link?
raise your hand.
Final call, anybody who has lost the link.
Then there is the QR code.
It was in WhatsApp. Where it is.
ಅಲ್ವಾ
ಇದು.
So, yes. Okay, so what you have to announce is this is the Wi-Fi password. they have to register to the quiz through this QR. To attempt the quiz through the QR code given to them.
They have all linked to the QR आगे Guys, towards the left side, there's the Wi-Fi password and everything. You can just check in. Can I have your attention, please? I hope the quiz is over. Everybody has completed the quiz. Also, there's an announcement. A press conference is going on outside, so nobody is allowed to go out right now. And I would like to welcome back Vishnu sir on the dais.
Okay, so that was a quick commercial break. Huh? Thank you very much for putting up with the quiz. I hope you guys win. I was doing, what was I doing? Just a moment. Just a moment. Let me just figure out. All right. So I think we were, okay, so yeah, I guess we were somewhere with the publications, right? So yeah, so there are Indian authors. There have been publications in the journal as well. So if you are interested in publications, then ITU has called for papers, and you're welcome to submit as well. I believe the next call for papers are aligned with our hackathon as well. So in case your submissions meet those guidelines, then we will work with the mentors and the teams to submit your papers and your submissions as well. These papers are collaborative papers. So that means that there are teams who come together and write these papers along with the mentors. So you don't have to worry that you have to write these papers by yourself. There will be guidance and there will be teams who work along with you. I was telling you about pre-standards. Focus groups, I was telling you there is no membership fees and this is open to academia. We publish use cases, standards, student mentoring, there is frameworks, and similarly we ran last 3 years we ran focus group on autonomous networks. There is a framework which came out of it, 3.y.3061 as well. Along with this, we did a build-a-thon proof of concept in which 11 teams were submissions, and we had teams from India as well. We also published a Jupyter notebook which was provided with helper classes, and I wrote some of those helper classes. Basically what it does is to provide you with functions to populate a graph-based database, open graph database. So you will be able to parse data, populate this graph database, then analyze relationship between the elements or nodes in the graph database. That's what we did in the Jupyter notebook. 40 use cases, 300 plus nodes and 500 plus relationships were studied at the end of this Jupyter notebook. We do student mentoring very actively. This was launched by our chair, Professor Slaumer, in January 2020. He is from Fraunhofer in Germany, and I was very fortunate that I was working very closely with him at this moment. Currently we have expanded to different countries. This is not the complete list. We have a partnership with the colleagues in Africa, Europe, US, everywhere. So by the way, we had actually sponsored students. There was an open call for students to attend as an AI for Good scholar in Geneva, and one candidate, one from India, there is Mr. Prithvi from SRMAP India, he was the scholar this year. He went to Geneva on a fully paid trip and attended the summit as well as AI for Good summit as well as the events associated with it. In case you are interested, you can look at our website. He has written a very nice travelogue, etc. based upon that. In July, we conducted World AI Congress workshop in Shanghai 2024. You can see Tata LIC is the only company, first Indian company which won a Super AI League award in Shanghai. That is the nomination which happened this year for the first time. Data sets. I already talked to you about it. If you want to look, for example, this is a data set measured from 8 days from 1,000 plus base stations comprising of 12 different vendors. Now this is very rare. If you ask any operators, anybody who spoke today, you ask my colleague Satish, Nokia, as well as anybody for that matter, it's very difficult to get network data from the field. They will give you synthetic data, they will give you generated data, but from the field, it is extremely difficult to get data. ITU provides you that. Exactly that. So we gave base station information, cell level data, energy consumption data from the field. Open data sets, that is, we made sure that you have access to Falcon 7.5B on telecom knowledge as well as a Q&A data set which is curated, and 5.2 on telecom, trained on telecom. These are the It is in our website. You can look at our challenge website, and there is a Hugging Face URL there as well. You can look at that for the data sets. Data pipeline. Currently, this is ongoing activity. This is launched last month. That is in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We launched this AI readiness work to basically prepare that this kind of ITU cloud with use cases, data, code, model, pre-standards and sandbox validation concepts. This is the first time that we are putting some things together. There is an email ID there. You can write to us. It will come to us, and you can be part of this effort as well, and it is open free of cost. Lastly, I would like to show you this particular use case from IIT Delhi, our colleague and partner, my longtime partner, Professor Brijesh Lal. He contributed this particular use case. You can see here, there is a robotic hand and which is controlled by a haptic glove. So there is a network in between. You can guess the requirements, right? If you compress, if you try to pick up some object, you should not apply too much pressure. If you are trying to pick up a paper object, paper based object or a soft object, if you press it too hard, it is going to crumble or go bad. Whereas if you are trying to pick up a rock, you want to grasp it hard so that you are able to bring it up. That is the haptic feedback you get from the device. That is exactly the problem here, that across the network, how can you get haptic feedback? This is the low latency problem. Standards and use cases I already talked to you about. If you have never read ITU documents, here you look at this one. This is a sample use case requirement from us. There are three categories of use cases: the ones which are critical, the ones which are expected, and the ones which are added value. Anybody, any vendor, including Nokia, Ericsson, Huawei, whatever it is, they look at this type of requirements from ITU and make their implementations. This is sample use cases. I'm going to skip through all this, and this is a sample application and pipeline. I talked to you about free GPUs. I talked to you about midnight marathon. These are the references. We can have. I'm told that there is a Q&A session right now. We can discuss a little bit more, and it has been a pleasure talking to you. We look forward to seeing you for ITU, student interactions, faculty interactions, research interactions, pre-standard. Everything is free of cost. We are available for your service. We welcome you all to Delhi for the ITU WTSA hackathon on 7th and 8th. Thank you very much.
I request Sir Brahmaya, Director Karnataka LSA, to present a token of thanks and gratitude to Vishnu sir. Can we have a big round of applause for Vishnu sir? Thank you for your exceptional session today. So we'll have a question answer round now, so where you can ask your doubts and anything you want to clear.
Any question from audience side?
Hello, my name is Vijay Anand. I'm from TriSpace Technologies. My question is regarding the 5G use case actually. Is there a, I mean, why would I say a startup or a student community, why would they promote a use case without having any sort of patent protection actually? How do we ensure we can generate a patent out of the use case for commercial success actually, to safeguard our interests actually? Any comments on that?
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. I think that's a good question. Sir actually told about this standard essential patent. So I want to go back to what sir told, that it's a very important thing. You have to make sure that your idea is protected. So thumb rule, okay, I'm not bound by my boss. So let me tell you this thumb rule. Thumb rule is that if you think that there is some IPR behind your invention, then it's better that you file a provisional patent at least, okay, before you disclose. The moment you disclose, suppose I showed you some use case which is patentable according to me it is patentable, then I cannot patent it anymore. No way, okay, it is disclosed, it's in the public, I cannot do it. So if you think there is a patent, if there is an innovation behind it, then it is better you file a provisional patent at least before you disclose it here. In this applies to paper publications as well. But there is a way in which you can have a provisional patent and then go for a standards pub essential patent as well. I have a full session on it. Is not going to let me do that today, but you can discuss with me, and we have a way in which you can declare standard essential patents with ITU and the TSDSI, that is the Indian standards body. Global as well as national patents are, global as well as national standard contributions are possible with patents. That is very, very valuable, and standard essential patents is something which other countries are seriously looking at, and we should also look at it. There is a way to do it. There is a method to do it. You have to follow that process. In India, I work with minimum of 10 countries, and in India what we see is that there is a lot of innovation, but nothing is patented. It is basically published, okay, is published out in the open. So then you lose the opportunity to patent it and make it as a standard essential patent. Very important point. Thank you very much.
Any other question? Dev Kumar Chakravarti sir is doing some press meet is going on, so that's why I'm not able to call him. If any other query, we can take later. Yeah. Okay.
It's a nice question. Actually, there are many experts here, they can answer it. But let me give my take on it. Okay, I worked on the SS7 stack. That should, it's not very new. So now I have about 28 years of experience. So I worked on SS7 stack. It by itself does not give you location anonymity. Okay, SS7 by itself does not give you an location anonymity. It is just that it has been replaced by new age protocols with which you can tie to potentially leak your location. That is true, but that is not there is not a reason why we should stop stop technology progress. So we should move to packet based technologies. That's what happened. So we may move to, even if you take ITU or 3GPP, we moved from SS7 and such technologies, we moved forward. That's what happened. So now in this with the new protocols, now the question is, how can you provide location anonymity, user privacy is possible or not? That is a question one has to address. And that there are several ways, there are several protocols which are available, several standards have been written. I think there is no point in now looking at the older standards. You have to look at technology progress, and that's probably the way one should move forward. There are anonymization techniques which are used. It's nothing new. I mean, enterprises use that technologies. I mean, there are anonymization techniques, there are firewall techniques, security standards are available. Yeah, it is an architecture is different from SS7 when compared to current technologies. That is true. Protocols are different, but that does not mean that it's like saying that I want to use my granddad's ambassador car because that's what he used to use. That is not a good idea. One should look at what's the new technology and apply it accordingly. I mean, that is what my opinion is. Yeah.
Any other question? I think, sir, you can elaborate more.
So that
I'm forcing you to talk.
You have made, suppose assume that you have made a call. So much of your data is generated. You won't even read that.
There was a question with the gender.
Yeah. Can you give a mic, Rajkumar?
So let me take that question. So system to guide the students. So normally this any body like ITU, ITU, as Avinash ji explained, it is a UN body. So we work with the member states. India is a member state. There are 194 member states that Avinash ji mentioned. We also have corporate members, private sector members. For example, Nokia is a member. We also have academia members. I think IIC must be a member. IIC is a member. Then we have, I think IIT Delhi is a member. There aren't, I don't know if any other IITs are members. but there are significant number of academia members also in ITU. But you don't need any of this membership or to pay the fees to take advantage of these initiatives that I talked to you today. So for example, if you want to be part of the hackathon that we are doing in Delhi, you don't need to pay any fees or you don't need to be a member at all. You can register from our website and just take part of it. My personal advice is, if you are looking for guidance, mentorship, etc., then the best way is to select the initiative which is aligned with your research area. For example, we have different sustainable development goals, right? Energy, agriculture, education, and there are 17 of them. You pick up an area, connectivity, 5G, 6G, that's also part of this. In fact, the call that we made last year, this year, the call that we made for scholars is aligned with the sustainable development goals. So if you pick an area, if you pick your research topic, it can be anything. I mean, it can be MIMO, it can be small cells, it can be 5G, it can be 6G, whatever that is. Okay. Now you pick, once you pick your research focus, then you pick your initiative which is aligned with that. Once you pick the ITU initiative which is aligned with that, then you register there. It will be free of cost, let me assure you, because India is already a member and you don't need to pay any fees. So once you register for such events, then you will come to know, okay, there are additional things, there is guidance, there is hackathons, there is open data set, there is pre-standards, groups, meetings, webinars, mentoring sessions, this kind of machine learning in 5G webinars that we host once in a while. There is opportunities to get free tickets to Geneva and such things. Such initiatives comes to the way if you are tuned to those initiatives. So my suggestion will be that you first pick based upon your research area, you tune to those initiatives. And we put out, ITU puts out LinkedIn, Twitter, and every social media that we have. We send circular as we formal communications to member states, including India. We send out to circular is sent out to member states, including India. So there is top-down percolation of information as well as there is lateral percolation of information from LinkedIn and whatever Twitter, whatever Instagram that you use as well. So everywhere there is information available. You have to pick up your research focus, align, tune into that particular initiative, and then you are ready to go. I don't think there is anything else which is required. If you are an academia member, if you are a member state, if you are a corporate member, then it allows you to play this kind of weightage in the standardization game. So you want to pick a particular stand. I want this flavor of MIMO to be accepted in the 6G standard. If you have such stands, very hard, rigid stand, then you take membership. That is the only thing which is required. Sorry, gentleman. Yes.
So good evening, everyone. My name is Divyansh. I'm from Christ University, and I'm running on a startup teaser system. So what basically it does it is for the ERP softwares, basically for the manufacturing units. So I can see lots of CEOs and startup founders here. So I just want to know how can I acquire clients, how to approach clients, and how to convert it into the lead. If anyone can please guide me and just network with me so that I can just get my clients and have a good start on.
That's the best 2-minute pitch that I have seen. Good. Yeah, I mean, I am not a CEO or an investor for that matter, but I think we should encourage such young people, but also at the same time, I think my piece of advice, okay, this is very personal. My piece of advice is that you should look at how you can provide a tiered level of service. That means in this kind of industry, I don't know your topic, but in this kind of area, we have a tiered level of service. That means you have a free service, you have a paid service, and then you have a premium service. In free service, we provide open source. That is not product grade. I mean, generally speaking, it is not product grade. But if if you're a paying customer, then you get the product grade support 24/7, whatever that is, and then you have ruggedization built in and the additional services built in as a premium plan. This is what typically what happens in the industry nowadays. And another model that happens, and again, don't take my word. This is I'm not a businessman, but I pay subscriptions. So you pay a lot of subscriptions these days. It seems to be in a subscription-driven economy nowadays. That pretty much all services seems to be subscription-based. So if you want my advice, then that's what I would say. That you look at different models where you are able to provide this kind of global service. So that's another part, that your whatever you provide, product or service, you can look at it as a global partners. That is where I wouldn't like to sell it, but that is where forums like ITU can help you. That you are able to take your technology, not product. You're not supposed to sell the product. You cannot make this pitch in ITU, for example. But you can talk about your technology behind your service and the product. That is possible. Nobody will stop you. So you can put a contribution which explains the technology. You can put a disclosure based on it. You can build up a standard essential pattern and make it as a unique service. That's definitely possible for you to do.
Any query? So just one announcement, those who are participating in hackathon, probably you are knowing that site is around 5 kilometers from here. And TCOE, I think they have arranged the vehicle also, though they are after lunch, if they want to join, just they can go along with them. So there is a confusion, art park within campus. No, art park is somewhere 5 kilometers away. That they called art garage. If you want to search in Google, type art park HMT, you will get a correct, or art garage. So if there is no query, then anything? No, that's it. Okay. Before curtain is down, let me recap the essence of today's program. I can say that we are in the cusp of Goldilocks moment for tech-led innovation. Students, academia, and industry are going to play a major role, and I have no doubt that bright future is awaiting all of us. With this, I would like to thank DG National Communication Academy, Sri Dev Kumar Chakravarti sir, for gracing this function. Delivered welcome address, sir. Sir has rightly set the tone for the event. Thank you, sir. Sir is just outside. I would like to thank Professor Bharadwaj, Chairman RBCCPS, Director Art Park IASC Bengaluru, for gracing today's function. Sir has been kind enough to extend all support whatever we have asked for conducting this program. Big thank you, sir. I would like to thank GK Sutar, DDG Karnataka, for gracing this function and delivering keynote address. I would like to thank Special DG Telecom Karnataka LSA for his constant support and guidance to conducting this program. Sir could not attend this program because of some urgent assignment. I would like to thank Sri Avinash Agarwal, DDG Standardization TEC, for sharing his insight on forthcoming WTSA main event and for standardization. I would like to thank Sri Hemendra Sharma ji, DDG Media for DOT for gracing this function. Sir is also busy in media outside. I would like to thank Sri Vishnu sharing details of ITUT activity and how students can participate and enrich for these activities. I would like to thank Sri Satish K, Head of Standardization Nokia, for sharing this insight on impact of standardization on innovation and technology development. I would like to thank all senior officers from Department of Telecommunication, NCCS, BSNL for gracing this function. I would like to thank faculty members of different engineering colleges and students who have shown keen interest and have come in large numbers. I would like to thank members from startup and research community for participating in this function. I would like to thank members from media and press for their presence in this event. Last but not least, my thanks are due to our event management and research partner, Messrs. TCOE and Messrs. AI School, and supporting staff from ISC who have provided their support and holding this function. Thank you very much. Now this session is over, so now lunch has arranged in main guest house. So our volunteer will guide you. It is somewhere 100 meters from here. It's a very nice place, garden area. But we have conducted lunch in two students a separate section and remaining guests are separate. So our volunteer will guide you how to go. If you go alone or somewhere, you may miss place. So better be assembled at ground floor. Somebody will take you where the lunch area. Okay. So I request you, please just come down to ground floor, and I request our team to guide them how to reach lunch area. It is a main guest house.
Excuse me, this is for the attention of all hackathon participants. Can you please be seated for a minute? The rest can leave the hall. Thank you very much. I repeat, this is an update for all the hackathon participants. Please be seated for about a minute.
You are currently the only person in this conference.
Participants to the art garage where the hackathon will begin at 3 o'clock. Okay, so please make sure you take all your luggage. Please don't leave anything behind here. Go to the ground floor. Every 100 feet there's a volunteer station. Please finish lunch by 2:30. I'm sorry, yeah, 2:30 p.m. and by 3 p.m. we will be reaching the venue of the hackathon. Am I clear? Any doubts? Okay, you may leave. Thank you very much.